the land. Slowly greening up again. Brief moment to reacclimatize, right, so. This go around in the rapidly rebuilding. We're about 200 people behind where we were in the previous timeline. Though there's been a more aggressive maintenance of the invite cycle. The shortfall instead being the result of inviting so aggressively that some of our donor countries ran out of peasants. Because they get protection from being overdrawn by an event. Such are the mysteries. And it was noted by people reviewing the tapes. Oh yes, the light is very high energy today. Quite rowdy, quite vicious. That the refugee event in particular is plausibly a side effect of having a rivalry. Adjusting the position of the camera. Drawing the intrigue of the lad. 100 Years War ongoing, schism ongoing. As for the moment, also like Iceland is a little depleted on raw peasant count, so we're inviting directly from Norway. For its own sake, unhappy estates been able to get away with pushing out more privileges to the estates. Little man is now further adjusting the camera. Very good, sir. Mr. Director. Cares a lot about blocking, framing, other criminal deeds. Yes, we got most of our suite of commoner privileges. We have the handful of burghers that are getting... They're sorting out the legal code of what a burgher is before we actually build any guilds in Garthburg. There was a brief famine due to not having all of my usual laws passed to have migration attraction favoring the outskirts. But that looks to have stabilized. And part of the plan here is that I will be, as soon as cash and materials allow for it, going for settlements before villages. I'm going to try that as a way to like push our raw internal population growth just a little stronger. Where do we even go? Do we have no valid rival candidates at the moment? No, we do. Okay. Hey. I scan you. Fall off your horse. See if we can do it again. And so far, the run back has been able to spend most of its time at speed 7. Things are getting accomplished, timeline-wise, about 50% faster in terms of real time spent at the desk versus simulation time elapsed. So outside of an independent Gotland emerging, we're probably done with inviting from anywhere that is not Norway. Or if Scania breaks free and we rescind our rivalry with them, Subject of discussion for the Ting. Mr. Government, food stockpile, officer list, market expansion, market regulation, promote member of clergy. I have plenty of stability banked. I think the part of the plan here, then, is that I will convene the thing around a popular subject that, yeah, already has more than 50% support. And then I will instead channel that into changing a law. That is the thing will be for when it doesn't show me an objective that I directly want to use. So. Everyone loves art. And you know what the greatest art of all is? Rocks. Pulling them out of the ground? Traditional aristocratic. Gives 2% satisfaction. What if instead I flipped those to capital and plutocracy? We have plenty of freedom pressure from other sources. Might even be able to get a second log going depending on how the nobles feel about stuff. Some belligerent. Obtain banking. Go to the second one. And sure, that'll be all. See if the events give us some more support. Professional army in 1530. The others in 1550. All invitations are being funneled into the Garther area. So, local population growth currently very, very frozen due to the food shortfall needing to fix itself. Much of the routine business is going to be professing trust in the crown every 5 years. Traveling preacher from the Schism. Welcome aboard. How many thousands of your comrades would you like to bring to the island? They'll love it here. Yep, and I'm letting this bill fail, accepting the 7 stability hit. Market currently surviving on... Had a wide range of trades going for a while. Things are now concentrated around food imports to stabilize the famine. And then a little bit of auto trading for luxuries. No slight further camera adjustment. The wilderness where dwells the creature. The local Grendel. Construction 1 is plausibly still going to be a local mason shop, this time directly in Garther from the start. It's fine. The dropping 10% control also probably would have been fine. 2 different kinds of slow burning number recovery. Invite window, June. Looks like favors will be there for it. I had 250 cash to recruit an artist from another country diplomatically. So absolute terror, the price of food through the winters for now. We do what is needed to green up that land. Oh hey, 60% noble satisfaction, huh? They're all pretty satisfied? They're pretty happy with what's currently going on in the world? Okay, for a moment of deliberation here. We're almost pushing innovative. Institutions, influence, and literacy in exchange for stability cost. And missing out on some satisfaction equilibrium from tradition. Humanist we won't push for a while. Another 0.2 aristocracy pressure. 0.1 of that is from the Regency. It'll only be 0.17 once a new monarch is in place. And we're starting to lean capital, so traditional economy is going to gradually drift away. Go ahead and formalize the guilds. All the RGOs are populating. Fish is happening, wool is happening. Peasant wealth is accumulating. Burghers had declared their intent to build the first stretch of gravel road. They're working on it. Have not yet the benefit of a refugee wave. Things may change. Food prices need to recover. That is the main weight holding things down. Yes, the burghers meeting at the empty lot where a guild hold will someday be assembled. Talking up, yeah, a gravel road. That'll be easy. We have so many stones. We have nothing but stones of many sizes. Then they reach the point of, okay, you have to move the stones from where they are to over there. You have to, like, smooth them out a bit. Which of the stones do you feel safe approaching and picking up? Are you sure? Every step of the way along the road needing to stop and hold. Weeks and weeks of hearings over the property rights of each individual stone elf. Almost at our legitimacy negative. The Regency itself makes that more expensive. Fair a few more penny shavings to stabilize that. February of 77, there were 57 food in Garther. And 159 food. And here you don't hear of this place? Single tiny paper square off the stack of tiny paper squares. March, there are 157 over there. 51 over there. We'll compare those numbers after a year. March of 77. Get some tangible confirmation of if the food pile is successfully rebuilding. That is all nestled against sliding door, yard watcher, yard sniffer. Until he completes his transformation, he is medicinally forbidden from going outside, as opposed to the usual forbidden from going outside. Yes, if you're only just now acquainted with the land. Hey, +10 to the noble means we are owed a -10 to the nobles. For which... Ecclesiastic Courts doesn't do much for us, so more burger stuff. Lad moving to the other room, very good. Point of minting threshold. 2% production efficiency. Yeah. Or 5% maritime presence. Or 2% tax efficiency. Right, that's higher impact than it looks. When our current tax efficiency previously was 0. Was negative small. But yes, ivory here. Walrus and narwhal tusk being significant exports of the Greenland. The teeth of the north. Our top scholars hard at work on the hypothesis that this Elophant, which dwells in distant lands, might be the result of a walrus becoming dry? Some combination of heat and the lack of humidity may cause a metamorphosis. Yes, we're now at the point where the invite cycle will slow down due to the need for favors to regenerate. Oh, hold on. If our reputation is now slightly better in general, I might be able to get another Sweden invite. Burgers, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Or wait. 5 steps of plutocracy. Yes, burgers. Do worry about it. I will hear your complaints. Your complaints are against the Carls? Against the Thanes? Do go on then. Lord of the Isles still exists as the subject of the Crown of Scotland. Don't have any more favor capacity with Scotland, though. The Isles remain off of the Rolodex. not an insubstantial shove of the bar. They'll need to weaken their estate power by quite a bit. Eventually drop the land rights off of them. Alright, ready to check food levels. Results already promising. So that we're comparing Smarch to Smarch. We will have invite tempo for a bit longer. We get one more from Sweden, one more from Denmark. So, 56 and 167. Gained 10 food to the one pile and 5 food to the other in a year. These are stable. That'll mean like 30 years? Or hold on, it's the Kettle's Fjord pile. So, only 14 years-ish to refill their food pile. And over here. More like a century, unless things start to accelerate. Which they might, especially if the fjords successfully start exporting surplus food back into the pile. Can I invite from Scania even though they hate me? That part of the trick here. Even though I've declared rivalry, can I still open path? One more one. That might be the formula. See how it goes. Have the month-to-month supply happening. The island has been prevented from starving itself. Productivity will steadily rise. There are teeth in most mouths. Yeah, Harry Ulf is managing to generate that food surplus essentially purely on the subsistence farming from the handful of peasants who live on that side of the line. The peasants and the scraps of people already promoted into the local RGOs. Okay, even the handful of fishermen generate more food, wildly more food, than subsistence agriculture does. Strangest thing, if you specialize the labor, you capitalize the economy? Anyone tried this? I can curry favors with that one. Do the Isles have, and Scotland is now also controller of man directly. One isle out of circulation. So, Isles as a whole, have you peasants? They do. They have 17,000 peasants. They recovered a bit on that front. Perhaps settled more of their tribesmen. We have the fairest law of all. None of the other estates want to build anything yet. Only construction ambition is the gravel road. That also makes sense from a lack of resources standpoint. Ag. Denmark again. Denmark. Tentatively tag Isles. Iceland has your peasant supply recovery. Not at all. At 11,000 peasants spread out over quite a bit more fjord than we have. And the market food is only a small contributor to the current goings-on. Start to dial back the food imports, releasing more of that power in the direction of cash. and points of plutocracy. Sure. Aside from the bar itself. You could somehow become of the public. That might be a long-term goal. How that would interact with still being a vassal of Norway, to be determined. Okay, Scotland finished generating favors. Not enough for an invite from the Isles. Isles go back off the list. Might get more invites out of Sweden as well. Yeah, well, it was a number of patches ago, the one example of a fast Vinland I have seen. A step of their process was conquering a German one province minor and then using their people and their money. The real high impact thing will be if we can get the Float of Refugees event to pop again. Otherwise, simply the test of endurance. The trials of ice. There's a thing here. Convene. Holster, food piles, gravel network, officer lists. Cathedrals, urbanization. Once again, let's do promote noble cabinet. By which we mean force a law change. Change a law for 7 stability instead of 100 stability. So, what is the next target? Now that this is a reliable way to be doing things. Feudal administration gives us food and decentralizing. I would take Autonomous Council over that. Decentral stays pretty good for us. Azure by tradition is fine. Civil law code is fine. Balanced court is fine. Peasant levies is also okay, yeah. Quantity, recovery. Reduced combat efficiency, not a problem. Connecting trade routes. Low priority, anti-piracy is where it is. Innovative, humanist, and individual if I were to pop. Censorship. That's plausibly on the list. Coin policy is fine. Flipping to civil society, maybe, for those extra peasant taxes. Religious education is as good as we get for now. Burger mines, what investment? Distribution of power, here's the big one. Traditional is minus 10 crown, and legitimacy gain decentralization. Commoners for free subjects. Wealth for another 0.1 plutocracy. Or crown. Crown. Losing 5 equilibrium might be bad. Yeah, I think that's the one here. Law change. Power distribution. To the Berg. And then let the bill fail. $62 food in the pile. Things are still continuing to improve. Backsliding a bit on the treasury. And we're removing that 10% penalty, crown power. So the crown still gets a bit more out of this shift. Alright. chain goes on. Alright, thinking about it now. The position I should be doing this tally from. Over here. We'll get more favors out of Sweden. Covering our favors with Norway. Steadily enough that I don't need to be entirely on the ball with professing the trust. Don't need to keep it maxed for now. Over here. Capacity for various pop types at the moment in Garther. 71 nobles, 71 clerics. Up to 300 Berg. Just kind of milling about on their own. Capacity for 1,200 laborers. Exactly 100 soldiers. And limitless peasants. No tribesmen, no slaves. So, adding in the 500 catalyst for promotion. When Garter hits 2,250 people. New Jarl. Rivalry ended. Got to restore that. Got to be rivals with someone, surely. Okay, that was a temporary allowance because the Regency splits things up. You need to become large enough to have external rivals. Oh well. New King. New Magnus. They made a sequel to Magnus. Yeah, 2,250 people. In Garther. It will be loaded up in the current buildings. And will be ready to start constructing stuff. Meanwhile, as a sample of any of our other provinces, casting for like 12 noble, 4 clerics, no burger, and 1,000 laborers. They are much closer to just 1,500 people is when the peasants will start building up. Pending a disruption like the RGOs getting expanded. So at shy of 10,000 people. You know, the additional 400 sitting over on the other side of the line for now. 20 invite cycles ish. Yeah, when it's compiled together like that, not too bad. In 40 years, Arthur might be ready. That'll get closer if the food pile starts to more aggressively sort itself out. The way of the glacier. We trust Berserker. Having a real monarch means I can ease back on court costs. %25 crown power before finishing the redistribution. Right, and the other run, Scania had managed to become independent. It was possible to sustain rivalry with them indefinitely. For so long as they continued to exist. Tolerate the smugglers. It is possible, in time, we will collect dividends on sea crime. Hollowing out rocks and using them to smuggle teeth. There's the ruse. Republic of the Victual Brothers, hello. Nice to meet you. Alternatively, and we rival you. Will any refugees flee from the brothers? 22,000 people. 12,000 of them peasants, reasonably tightly packed together. They are not available as arriving. Very well. Monitor their existence. Nobles vaguely pleased. Time to slap another privilege onto the burgers. Maritime presence. This passive maritime presence is how we get most of our proximity for control. Even after the grapple exists, most provinces are still relying on their sea connections. Hello, sir. Good day to you. You seek to migrate to the chair? You seek to migrate toward the sun? Very good, sir. Our +1 internal growth has reappeared. The land is healing. When a wound turns green, that's a good sign, right? It means it's like even more alive than it was before. The goal has always remained to make the land green. The island must thrive. Very good, sir. Aboard. The mayor has arrived. The business of the burg may begin. Cash has been forced to slide backwards in order to keep food stockpile afloat. But we'll maintain that that is ultimately the stronger call. Previous runs have easily arrived in the position of having money for buildings, but no bodies to work in them. Whereas having more bodies can generate the money. Generate the money, they can claim the territory that contains more places to work. Like stones, getting lead. Getting even more teeth, the premium teeth that come from the other end of the island. Also, yeah, that the West Settlement is very food positive with its RGO distribution. Middle Settlement a little dubious, but it'll have support. Oh, Actual Brothers. Your situation in detail on the ground. 7,000. Only 4,000 in the city. Couple thousand here. I'll probably get a couple of invites out of them. I'll probably be able to get invites out of them for longer than they will be allowed to exist as an independent country. Might be to my benefit to scope out what a sustainable level of food buying is. So I can always forcibly sort that out on whichever year we hit our limits. Bones don't saint themselves, Manfred. I suppose across the everything here, the market containing 0 food stockpile does not prevent food from being purchased. It ensures that food price will be maximized. prolonged food surplus to start to bring that down. And Denmark is fighting someone for some reason. Fighting Schleswig. I would be trying to beg either side of the schism for pocket change, but that earnestly feels less worth it than just continuing to bank our influence to make more saints. The big prestige spikes from appointing more saints. It accomplishes something. Probably. New Sven. And if the food that makes it into the market doesn't really have that much impact on food prices, not at the scale that we can
Beep.
accomplish our imports. I think I can slim this down to minimal for our direct practical uses for beeswax. Bringing up more trade capacity. Innovation capital. Production efficiency capital. Apprenticeships versus religion. Actually, staying on this for now. This provides some literacy for the lower classes at all. And the trade advantage stat doesn't do much for us since we have a natural monopoly on our home market. Bill favors with once again. We'll pull at least one invite cycle out of the brothers. it'll be some invites from Denmark. No minting was ever over 50%. Some of our burgers found sliver of gold. Denmark winning that war means Denmark has more peasants for us to steal. Spread word about the villages. There's a place that hasn't seen a war in over 100 years. As opposed to your current accommodation, where one war has lasted 100 years. This is the normal state of the Empire. The lack of an Austria is interesting. Austria? No. Schönberg, yes. Here's Vienna. The Free City. Oh no, City of Vienna is part of the County of Upper Styria. That's also a pretty normal France at this point as well. Takes a while for them to start consolidating their many, many vassals. All of these things are France. Except Aquitaine for now. A small disputed zone. England entirely out of Calais? Yes. That would be perhaps indicative of how the war is going overall. High Judicate of Arborea. Who? Who is the judge of trees? What is this? Local Republic. Spain of Iron. I mean, it was nice having you, but Jordan, get in the chair. Okay, no, they are a monarchy. They're just weird about it. Cash flow is stabilizing. It's cash positive during a winter month. Yeah, reopening trade is doing it. Slimming down on the lost leading trades. Letting the merchants chase deals. Thing. Mint food piles. Sponsor art. By art sponsorship, we mean legislation. The economic stuff is all tolerable right now. To do with piracy. Maritime law is fine. Levy laws were fine. This stat, proximity speed through. Itinerant court might be good for us actively versus balanced court. For civil law. Don't centralize the council. The powers. Yeah. And I could still maybe pass the bill anyway with slapping a couple of buttons. Talk about land, talk about violence. There we go. Parliament is happy again. Arrange for local sports. Send a kindly worded letter to Spawnheim. please finish walking in. Or, okay, it's fine. A random drift of opinions doing the job. The nobles are extremely satisfied with this situation. Pleased enough, throw another privilege at the burger. The moment I give them real buildings to work at, they're gonna take off so swiftly. Strongly feeling I can and should delay building any guild halls until after I have done the scramble for settlement. Create the peasant mass, and then apply the peasant mass in all directions. And run the colonial charters off imported material. We now have an art doer. We do not yet have the idea of routinely giving money to the art doer for doing the art. Cash flow recovering steadily. Teeth grow sharp. Population growth rate slowly reappearing. Side of the boundary, got that 0.89. Halfway there on some of the RGOs. Okay, those are both marginal provinces in the east. Or, no, Fat Nav is it's a group of Fat Nav. Where we get the good rocks. Accumulate first 49 coin. We will create the Mason's effigy. Future generation may find a Mason, work at the Mason's effigy. Oh, and Tommy has shown up in Garden. That will propagate about. Without Eggland holding that back, will adopt institutions slightly faster in this stance. I don't know my favors with Sweden. Yeah, cannot generate more Swedish favors. So, Sweden, off the panel. Yeah, off the panel. Keep talking to the brothers. Are the brothers currently at war for their survival against Sweden? Well, they will probably lose that war before our invite cycle would be done. We got one good round of business out of them. Denmark it is. And capacity for more trust. 2 invites already banked with Norway. Oh, he will. Those powerful breathing techniques. Hard at work. We need Bella. So we're getting like 1 coin a month for many months, and then neutral. Couple of -1s. So we're probably netting like 8+ coin per year right now. No valid rivals still. And a mason's shop is not considered infrastructure, it is considered industry. A granary is infrastructure. And many granary will be in the cards. More food capacity means lower food cost. Maintaining a larger buffer. East food pile continuing to creep its way forward. As the coins appear, the argument for villages rears its head again of we have the labor pool to operate the villages already there. It will create 160 promotion positions, but in exchange, the peasants will have money, and then we will have money. We do need more peasants. Have enough lumber laying around for full discount on a wooden building. Powerful stuff. Gotta leverage that masonry. We need a lever with which to flip the bricks. You do better than Thorvir. Slightly. Pull off. Into the chair you go. Retrieving the tiny paper square. To note that we have 32.8 coin here in January 87. Pen, sir. Tool for business, sir. Would you like any notes taken, little man? For your official business? You require a scribe, sir? Pen is the most interesting thing in the world, man. Hold on, sir. And goes back in the jar. You can attack the jar later to extract the pen. Come on, sir. Stand comfortably. You reviewed the data, sir? Checking the notes? All the metrics up to your standard? Very good, sir. Congratulations on being accosted by a beast of your own. Ah, the noble horde. None of that common horde. Long Valynia has been slightly pierced. Still holding on. Ottomans. Tiny sliver of the Bay of the Ottomans still there. Byzantines maybe making a comeback. Athens existing. Oh, goodbye, Olaf. Norin, your turn. Get in the chair. Yeah, current equilibrium is 2 popes. Rome versus Naples. Yeah, there are Sami people present in this land. They have a country tag, but they don't have defined borders. Like, find them by looking them up in the diplomacy list of known countries. Maybe. Sort alphabetically. No, just flipped alphabetically. With all of the specialized characters being pushed after Zed. Classic Olm. New heresy has dropped. Might be called something else. Or they might be outside my diplomatic range. Hold on. I filter for... Ew. Not filter for tag of pops. They're in there somewhere. Go to local demographics. People living here. The fleet has declined. Didn't we get here on a boat? Where did that end up? Don't talk about it. Don't dare to dream of it. It's how you get got. Boat consumed by sharks, or torn apart for firewood. Okay, January of following year. Holding 39.7 cash. Yeah, we're like plus 7 coins a year right now. That's not bad. On the time scales that everything has to happen here on the island, that's workable. Got another Denmark invite primed and ready. That in mind. 48 cash. Seven years of tax revenue by the Mason's shop. Less what we already have. War were declared. Vlad rides to battle. We're fighting England. We participating in the 100? We are. Answering the call to battle. He will defeat the Yard. Inquisition law. Local only. Local only. Local only. And yeah, that 7 count was probably notably impacted by having to pay to put somebody into a chair that year. And watch a war happen. We get all the latest news. The guy who shows up most years to drop off a single barrel of honey will just sit down and talk for ages about the grand adventures. This Orleans saga. It's quite the tale. Light drift of the invite date. Right, the reference point. Remind myself of in the midst of this. Joan, it's 1412 to 1431. We're still a generation away. Or more. Somewhere in France at this moment, there's a lady being like, I'm not getting into this fight, but if I had a granddaughter, she would just, like, walk right up and punch the King of England on the snout. That would end this. Only good things would happen to her afterwards. Surely. Possible rival, possible rival, possible rival. We can choose enemies, finally. Narbonne. The Boneless County? Unacceptable. We hate them. The Boneless Men. See how much more favor can be wrangled out of Denmark. There might be another cycle with them. There, the city of Narbonne. Think you're so big? These guys with their warm water port, never even seen an ice cube. That's not living. Do you even have teeth? Other institution upgrades here. Oh, we're learning more tiny scraps of locations in Central Asia. Meritocracy is present hereabouts in, what do we got here? Butch. And then back out this way. Renaissance has made it into Norway. Banking has also made it into Norway. Not fully adopted, but it is at least present in Oslo. Alright, so we'll need only one coin out of next year's revenue to pay for this mason shop. It'll take a couple of years to finish building anyway because of the winters. Getting that secure, getting those foundations sketched. That'll do a lot. Everyone loves little baby Eric. He's the perfect lad, our prince. $2 to appoint a minister. Alright, so that's all the spending to do this year. How about that war? Okay, they've managed to advance. Besieging fortresses, many tens of thousands of men. Pointy sticks. They might have this one. Oh man, out there stretch walking. Approaching, sir. Hello. You have business? Stretch. You jump. Back, sir. You want to get deeper into the sunlight? The window is available for you. when army professionalism arrives, I will gradually, one by one, bite off individual X off of it just to keep the research pool engaged. For the most part, none of this is particularly relevant to us. Coastal fort. Maybe. Someday there will be coastal. Or, alright, raw material. Investment time. Gross to see where it's stored, but whatever. Gunsmith. Somehow the score is still against us. Of course, the ticking bonus. England remains unimpressed for now. Because some of the key fortifications have not been knocked over yet. Okay, we're at our favorite limit with Denmark, once again. All to think about. Files, officer list. Religious relations, promote a burger. Laws are all where I want them to. Let's take a freebie of improving one of our cabinet ministers. The land continues to steadily scrape its way toward the greenness of the sea. Hundred stability, almost. Think about enduring removing the fort license from the note. Include the business of the current thing first. Yeah, 15 more invites to take us to the 10K line. Well, no, less than that even. 240 people per invite cycle. I keep rounding that down. Peace were declared. France, you had this. Come on, France. This is why this war is taking forever. You need to commit. We at least get to keep our rivalry. Or you need to ditch this horrid, boneless city that's holding you back. How do you build even one house, let alone a whole city, without bones? Professionalism almost done taking hold across the land. Who's missing? What's the one location holding back Altafjord? Yeah, just give them a minute. They'll have this figured out by the end of the year. That mason shop existing. Now I could start creating villages. No, maintain commitment. To the population. All of that, only lumber. Wild game, because Altafjord itself is still largely uninhabited. Our navy is the best. It doesn't exist. You can't get better than that. Very professional. Gave the burghers money, they could start to build the roads. Cloth Guild would be worth a lot. That might rank up as the second building purchase. supply up to 136. Oh, my arbitrary comparison point is in March, so give that another month. It'll be 116 compared to the 50 is where it was last time it was measured. That's all going well. $540 hunters for Garther. Then they could start to stock the Mason. Another 22 years of population growth at our current rate. Start to hit more of those magic numbers. By which time? By which time we'll be past the point where settlements can even be built. In this area. So the settlement building will be entirely for the benefit of the other end. Which is how it worked out in the previous run as well. So be it. Well, okay. But there will be opportunities to have some settlement runs that'll be during that wind-up. You want elaborate court life? No. Fine, start a crisis about it, nobles. Time to assign entire cabinet. Clamps in. Nothing else to do. May as well make things interesting. $43 months for the rebels to organize themselves. We'll be stability neutral around that time. Almost. And the nobles will be back up another 25% approval overall. One of the questions then would be whether there's more impact in having somebody on appeasement versus somebody on stabilize. And of course, sometimes the church just prints stability for us. Yeah. As will happen. And this isn't directly affecting our bottom line very much. The tax base is now majority commoner. And when the nobles do bother to show up, they're not worth that much. Bjorn, take it for time. Now we have a better diplomat. Might make it all the way to 1400 before the invite cycle starts to stall out. Or at least starts to slow down. Before trust takes its inevitable place as the limiter. And a healthy cash budget surplus, while spending fully on stability, speaks well to our fundamental layer of teeth. Sure. Keep letting heretics in. Eventually, one of them is sure to bring friends. Our locales. Diurn is closest to being stocked up. 3/4 of a rank of fish. Bribe to the nobles is 15 cash. 10 satisfaction. So potentially affordable as well. Settlements. Within a century of getting our next institutions in. That. Or that is probably before Norway has even adopted anything. Or maybe that's with that down pressure from them. No, it would be higher than 0.03 in that case, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's running entirely on imports. 27 months. Rebels. Over which will be up another 15% noble approval. And up 24 stability-ish. Some of the individual noble pops have almost hit their thresholds for backing off. One-off imports of some luxury goods could help. Were worthwhile to take charcoal out of. Fur, coal, amber, gem. Poker. Bringing it in at a loss, specifically for morale purposes. I'm gonna need less than a unit of each. Temporarily. Already grabbed her. Go anywhere that has gems. What is this sugar? Some sort of anti-salt? Sounds terrible. Nobles are strange and terrible things. Okay, yes. Many individual pops have now abandoned the cause, and that throttles their ability to grow rebel support. Yes, now it's 130 months for the rebels to finish organizing. That's them pretty well defeated then. Fur is another tiny food import. I'll leave that one going for a while. Menacing piles of small rocks outside their homes dissuaded most of the would-be rebels from causing a fuss. From back in the day with the import, how much masonry is actually present in the pile? 13. That's enough to get a building. Or two. Yeah, the workings of normal migration pressure are certainly a question. At what point, if any, would non-invited persons be able to attempt the voyage on their own initiative? Another day. priorities would then follow for overall populous generation. Place settlement in the current largest location, where it's 1%, will do the most work, and then also resolve the soonest. Stone and the wool are abundant. Which then the follow-up when it's time to move over here. Altafjord first, everything else secondary. Altafjord, other food generating locations. Then the extra rocks. Well, what do you know? There it is. If we go for it. Fair amount of lumber in the pile. Yeah, and the cost is per month of work time. So, a total of 6 rock and 6 log. Someday we'll brew our own. Yeah, there we go. 4 years to finish receiving Renaissance downstream from Norway. That's what makes it happen. Then plus whatever additional time for local propagation. I feel like we're good on drop beef, drop fur. Still looking for if there's a better deal for our lumber imports. They're going to function at a loss essentially until we have a better trading partner. Can always be on the lookout for tighter mark. Our active partner, Oslo, whereas get more efficient trades with Iceland. Okay, we're getting any rival events. Rival events related to the schism. That says food piles. Yes, the nobles especially like discussing art. That will get things stable again. Why don't you write a book about it? Shout it into the sagas. Your grievances. The lad continues to sleep. Yeah, there we go. Now we have noteworthy amounts of lumber. Much easier for the logs to make the journey. At some point, the auto trade should start to recognize the teeth market emerging as a new power. Have like 2.2 trade capacity of beer from Oslo. Small supplement. Once there is steady consumption of wild game from the settlement buildings, that might make it more viable for the merchants to respond. Spending money for research or stability or satisfaction or culture or... Okay, this is our artist we generated earlier. Here, give us a point of stability. Normal growth rate up to 0.22. Side and all the way back up to almost 0.9 on the other end of the fjord. New architect invented. This guy does math before he stacks the rocks. He takes other smaller rocks and uses them to count. Okay, the threat of war is now over. So, back to developing. Settlement in Altafjord would give it nearly 2% local population growth. At times, a person is born here already. The bigger thing will be once I have the catalyst over here constructed. We'll be able to start flowing over. Alright, we have our basic maintenance for one settlement accounted for. We cannot allow for beef to be above the law. There must be due process. When a sheep commits a crime, it must face the walrus, sure as anyone else. Tis as we have always done. Oh, a successful navigating of stripping one privilege off the nobility. So we'll power down to 47%. Yeah, since construction only manages to progress 2/3 of the year, most of the time. Doesn't need nearly as much of a supply line. Keep a building going. And what would the state of things look like for importing masonry? There's viable masonry surpluses for Ghost and Spill. An open question of how much it will cost. Lay hands on that brick. Loss of 28 per trade unit. Or 0.02, because we're only doing the 0.1 trade unit. Sure. It'll be a reliable supply. And alright, that one settlement has us to +2. Food stockpile very thoroughly healed. Food surplus in Garther has accelerated. Whole extra peasant amount. Thanks to building. Only cost 7 cents. Lands are getting quite green. Every 7 years or so, we can get another settlement online. We contribute another 1 pop per month to our internal growth. Inevitably, it'll add up. Particularly with that now being steady upward pressure on fish output here for food, then on wool output for more food, and on probably even more fish output. Deny this petition. It isn't large enough. You could demand more. That's the last of the... Well, no, I would still give them access to royal courts. Leave means of production and no labor on Sunday out of it. Several burger laws remaining to be implemented. Alright. We have positive stability again. I can spend that on occasionally righting the boat. Only halfway east. That mason shop is going to sit idle for a while. Now that I have the masonry import running at all. Given enough time, it would drive down the cost of stone buildings.
Beep.
We have a reasonable pool of characters to work with. Unless your laws start shutting estates out of candidacy for chairs, has been too difficult to keep your cabinet staffed. Tiny outbreak of the influence. New to be done about favors. Probably the acute effects of a small outbreak of the influence. The values board. $32 more tradition. Wear away. Staying moderately spiritual. Aristocracy is starting to lose ground. Freedom remains strong. We're entirely neutral on the aggression versus conciliation scale. Slightly quantity. Very naval. Drifting toward capital. Staying communal. And I have a stockpile of antlers. I could even run at an antler deficit for a while. What was it? You here for antler management? Do you want to fight a moose? You want antlers? He may soon demand lunch. With enough lunch, he could grow antlers. He's very skilled. So it will be 1397, 1398. A continuous invite chain will end. As the seasons turn, got to 8,000 people. Only we had room for a second. Only we had a better rival. A rival with bones. Alright, things moving back to the speed of trust. Slightly free up my hand. I'm needing to very closely monitor the flow of events. Ghost fighter. Stable Greenland. Equilibrium. Moss. And stone. Alright, sir, lunch is available. Claim it at your leisure. He does everything at leisure. Yeah, the hills have managed to overtake the population of Brada Hill slightly. The X factor, though, of maximizing food production. The better to solve the food crunch. To relieve the food crunch. Their equilibrium point is now kind of perpetually slightly up. Which is the truth of nobles. Oh man, I'm watching the maps. I want them to show up for things and occasionally pay taxes. We suppose 3 then is a floor for how many privileges they want. Elaborate court life was the kind of safe one. Five happiness. It's only 20 power. Less power than the Ford license gave them. More monetary faith for the centralization? Don't give them the Navy. Patronage of the art would give them a lot of power. Yeah, elaborate court life. Let them wear fancy hats. Let them throw parties. But in exchange, extract more burger power. Minting threshold. Make just slightly more of a coin each month. Iceland recovered its supply of peasant. Somewhat, but not terribly. I may as well just keep inviting Norwegians. It works out fine. They assimilate in pretty seamlessly. Adds up. Another fisher every month. In just a few hundred months, the RGO can be filled reliably. Three internal growth. How close are any of these provinces to disqualifying themselves from settlements? $1,300 over there. Similarly over there. Population capacity of all of these is about the same. A little lower in Brada Hill. At 1290. I'm just barely managing to sneak these in. And the masonry import having its impact. Cluster. Motion detected. There's leaves out there. That front, the plan will continue. Now capable of generating a budget surplus without entirely relying on trade income. Right, balance of trades mostly providing to cover the cost importing these construction materials in the first place. So with that in play, do I now start inviting to the other side? Probably not. Still more important to get the local masonry shop active. Generate more teeth. meritocracy has made it into Italy. It may yet make its way to us. We've heard of this concept. Renaissance also has its foothold, banking in 1402. New bank opens. As the local food supply shores up, inevitably, slowly, the prices will shift. Census. Census. The count must be done. Just a 2-point setback to aristocracy. Change from mostly passing the census bill. There we go. Already, the influence of the settlement being felt. Nearly got a full stack of fish. And even if for maintenance purposes I end up having to switch some of these off for a little while, the building existing at all on the ground, that provides access to the power, will only despawn after the local population successfully rolls over the line. The second line of 10%. Six. local growth. Power of math. Every time we go out and check, we find more people previously overlooked. Census accomplished. I've updated the slab. Contemplation here. Magnitude of money I'm willing to put down on it. By way of borrowing. I borrow the cash to officially declare all of these settlements as existing and sort out how to handle financing and physically assembling them later. Tap into the true spirit of greening the land. Fraud. States have hundreds of gold. Yeah, just 152 total cash. At least manage 2 of them. Because until the materials start actually getting withdrawn from the stockpile, the building cost won't change. Cut. Ability spending. Entirely. Cord is already on there. Diplomacy spending. Come as the glacier. Fast, creeping, inevitable. Become the demon. And these loans are 3 ducats each to repay. So a siege begins. One that can be sustained. Probably. Might have to stress test the province's ability to buy their own food over the winter. Crown power is currently non-existent due to the debt. Understandable. The battle begins. "51 more loans to defeat." St. Magnus, watch over the treasury. Of our debts, your bones. Buy 1/4 of the food you need. That might be sustainable currently. Gotta bet it all on the fish. Buy 1/5. There, that works out. out there. On guard. Observing. Leaf activity. Ground power is non-zero again. Any event that can hand me cash. He slammed directly into the housing bubble. It'll take a long time for those to actually finish. Now they're being stalled by fighting over the tiny input of brick. Only there were some other way to make stackable rocks. Which power is unknown in this land. Okay, right, so with my tax base actually existing now, there's the move for immediate revenue improvement. Temporarily boost control in Garther. Capture more of that tax base successfully. Magnus was our only available candidate for sainthood. If I can spare my influence begging for money from the Pope. Okay. Buck and a half. It helps. Yes, so the fish RGO is full. Iron can start to stack up peasants. Those peasants will be capable of migrating out into the other provinces. Supplement all other population growth across the island. How's the new meta? Going for Eggland too early. Clearly a distraction. Oh, that's right. First, we must cultivate the land for 100 years in the chamber. Create the core of Greenland. And do all of our repayments in May with the money that is there. An exile! Yes, it's happening! Send us your bones! Salvation arrives! Unless the population growth somehow manages to, like, cancel these constructions. No, we're already safe on that front. Yes, bring 5,000 of your friends. The men of bone, answer the call. There were still some among you who had real teeth. What's happening? So, there you go. Greenland meta. You need to have a rival. You need an arch enemy out there somewhere. And then whatever other prereqs that event has. And then chaos. The gamble pays off. We're gonna have 5 active settlements. We welcome people of Languedoc. Bones. It's silviculture capacity. That's fine. We'll work with it. Eventually, they will assimilate. Until then, it stonks. That should comfortably put us back on course. dial food spending back in. These will populate the teeth. These will begin to assemble the mason. Full up on fish. Nearly full up on wool. Nearly full up on stone. The burgers give up on their road building project? Tragic. They may return someday. Decades to clear this quantity of debt will be renewal cycles. Only there was some manner of standardized facility where this kind of transaction could take place. Trying to buy 6,000 houses at once? Strangely complicated. Only there were a system. And yeah, leaving egg out of the realm until we're otherwise prepared to start colonizing. It's faster adoption. Key institutions that will provide some additional tech leverage. That puts us cleanly inside of 12,000 being the magic number where we have a full RGO and then 1,000 additional peasants sitting around in each location. Plus a little overhead for the burg. And these provinces will be able to remain at that level of population, shedding the excess gradually onto the other end of the island, remaining in active settlement state for as long as possible. And of that upcoming wave of technology, a lot of the government efficiency improvements under Renaissance probably do more for us. Do more for us more immediately than the banking stuff. Having extra control, having a third cabinet slot, having the ability to sponsor art. Tides of green. And stealing 6,000 peasants from a country of only 28,000 people. That's a pretty sizable bite that we're getting to heist. That's another event that's probably calibrated around big kingdoms. Not at all scaled for feuds between microstates. Alright, get more trust on the pile. And while things are a bit visibly sluggish right now, this has been a 4-hour session without restarting the game. CPU usage hasn't spiked that much. Clawed its way out to 12 gigs of RAM usage, which is, it remains alarming. But it is kind of plateauing at that point, rather than spiraling out of control. Showing up faster than they can promote. 800 peasants. Soon. Whoa. Can I defeat maybe 1 or 2 of these loans each year? It'll take a while. But we're also growing into that with the arrival continuing to unfold. The economy. Initial reservoir of 6,000 laborers. Ah, there we go. Internal migration has begun. Some of that will be migration of laborers. What are you doing here? Okay, additional mason shop built by the peasants. Acceptable. It's in a reasonable location. It won't show up until after the housing. They agree there ought to be a place where we could make flat rock for stacking. Would be nice if that were there. And the control boost, it has had time to fully ramp up. That's easing out the budget crunch. Closer. You here to crunch the budget? Here to be hit. Here to rumble. Very good, sir. Celebrate the arrival of 6,000 Southern Frenchmen. Only those with the strongest bones, the sharpest teeth. Okay, we're still almost cash positive in the winter. And yeah, well, the feeding stats are important. So is continuing to invest in solving the food bubble. Well, this is a proportionately daunting number. There are a lot of things that could solve 100 coin in relatively short order. Things that could happen to our benefit. Within that pile. The 4 emerging. Truly powerful. Only 600 on the main hunting field. We'll prefer to pile into the rural location. Iron now has its 1,000 peasants. First I can pull the local migration into Garther, get the masonry shop running. And then after the masonry shop starts to roll over, I can pull local migration toward Altafjord. And of course, if the tidal wave causes Diane hit 2,500 on their own and pop the settlement, that's just fine. Frees up resources to run other settlements. Oh, 133 levels. That's progress. Wild new development. Nobles are paying to increase the fish supply. Bound to happen. So be it. Oh no, we'll have even more food. Huh. Parallel construction possible. We have a bit more space than I thought. Also, well, okay, then it must be that the project on hold for lack of materials gets out of the way and lets other projects go off after it. Okay, your job is now to encourage migration toward Altafjord. Quarry also up for development. It's nice to see him take an increasing interest in natural cat TV. Now there's stuff to look at. Grass, leaves, occasional bird. Noble cabinet. What was it? Renaissance. So, coinciding with the arrival of thousands of Mediterranean exiles, driven across the sea for their wild ideas. Hey, independent Aquitaine. They brought their books with them, and only ate some of their books in the first year. A few survived long enough to be carved into the slab. I was able to wrangle a fair portion of the debt within the first loan cycle. 43 of these go up for renewal. Ish. Speaking of those advances. Government reform, cabinet seat. Crown power. Culture capacity. Might have some need of that. Court. Stone output. Get one or two more of them down. Yeah. start resolving much faster. Was one settlement successfully built? Yes. An Everty settlement is now online. Now that bricks are real, they move much faster. We're gonna save so much on the next round of building things. Stone declared. Stone accomplished. Here for stone, sir? He's very interested in rocks. Lumber demand temporarily very high. You can build things out of this stuff? Who knew this? You know this? Hundred years of war ongoing. They have concerns. They have questions. Starting to be pretty alright for burger privileges, though. Alright, and laborers can migrate directly in places where there are extra laborers. The hunt. Will unfold. Positive in winter still. Meaning more food expense. prospering. Some of these will make it to a third renewal. Maybe. Any substantial windfall would clear those up early. I can kill the wild game import now that Altafjord is gaining any population. And I can kill the brick import, because now we have local brick. Transfer all of that into the now actually profitable wood import, and the teeth export has begun. Trade capacity, bringing in wood, maintaining our coin supply. Hild and Darren have both shed their settlements, fair enough. The gambit, perhaps, has been overridden by the arrival of the Bone Men. Or perhaps only the boldness of the gamble inspired them to invest in green. Sometimes have a working mason shop. Five internal growth either way. Oh man, we have an input. Local shrine, local market, stone upgrade. The estates are willing to pay for all the RGO investment. That's quite fine. The flow continues. Where's the current impact? I graded in 100. That might be the tail end of the event. We need to find more enemies. Challenge more tiny kingdom, more counties. Maybe even someday a duke to send their champions to face us in the Greenland. Okay, how that's working out. Now, back on Philip. When we invent the third cabinet chair, that can be the one. Who maintains control of the core. You brought 5 ducats? Put them right over here. Oh, and the indulgence law is passed. Now we have another coin per month. That'll resolve the debt pretty quickly. Policies from beyond. Stability spending cost limits on 32 cents. Sure. Store that. Back down to a mere 12 for a normal invite and our newly augmented internal growth. 46 cents back after the loans are dead. Oh, their mason shop. Finally getting any uptime. No, meritocracy's name has changed. The dynasty has shifted. Maybe. Well, it's getting pretty popular on the continent. Eventually it will reach us. Powerful. Agnes, you've done it again. From beyond. Food supply continues to mature. Imperial kind of backslid a little bit, but having people in the hunting grounds should help with that. After the entire internal population of Garther has successfully hit its settlement quota. Yes, refugees were successfully provoked. Yeah, so the plan over on this side will then be, like, installing settlements in ascending order of population cap. Which, after Alta Fjord, is mostly the same. So then, Alta food stuff rocks. Or I can also afford to do those one province at a time, maybe. Or I'll try to go wide. Set up as many of them as can be sustained with local supply output. And excess coin that we'll manage to accumulate in the meanwhile can start turning into market villages. And other niceties like a cloth guild, a tool guild, sword guild, and so on. Oh man, very interested to hear about sword guild. Where they make the swords. See something out the window, sir? Having 2 active mason shops will make that part of things slightly less volatile, or local construction goods supply. $25 more months. For the next refresh. It'll be close. Only a few of these will be left. The Hussite Wars begin. Oh, leaf move. Himself. One on the move. Gotta watch that leaf. few scraps of other research left before we start digging into the Renaissance things. Hello again, sir. How'd it go? Did you observe? You're doing good work. Any day now it'll be warm enough to leave the window slightly open. Then he can yell at the birds. The hour approaches where the lad will be bored. He makes the petition. Demands the privileges of Chase the String. Bite at the leg. As outlined in the ancient charter. The meaning of the law. Bank acquired. Bank is known. Learn of bureaucracy. Thirst for knowledge. Heading out again, sir? 4 internal population growth. Much vitality. Alright, settlement online again. Run for as long as it runs. Probably very, very quickly obsolete itself. And I'll be looking to allow this to continue spinning up to a full 5 hours of session. But especially with that clean refugee event now completed, and our efforts not get beguiled by any other migration events. Elements of a false charter. Let's see here. So cruising along in 1409. Okay, session 4 of the old run started in 1420. Slide back to the previous one then. Yeah, so session 3 was 1392 on up to 1420, so roll around here, 1405, 1407. Alright, found July 1409, where the other island had 22,000 people. Because they had gotten 2 of these refugee waves. They had Eggland under control. More positive cash flow. So overall, still a bit behind the previous iteration of the land. Behind by like, exactly the weight of a second migration wave. So we just keep up our rivalries. This will get right back in there. There is no strength left in bones. $17,000 bones remain. Yeah, look at it. We did that. We did this. We hit them like the contagion. When you let people know there's land out there, greener than the rest, they know what to do. Fix internal growth. Truly astounding. What does it take to cancel a rivalry? Only 5 stability. Alright, so what else can we get here? Looking for somewhere with many people. That'll probably do it. That's 3 times the size. Duchy of Burgundy could sustain our anger for a while. Or Duchy of Brittany. Yeah, let's start simply. New rivalry declared. And if somewhere in the tech tree we can find additional rival capacity. More likely rival capacity scales with country rank. Yeah. In the event that we have 200,000 Greenland. Well, as little as 100,000 people would allow us to rank up. To make more enemies from whom to draw in more migration. Our newest advance in invite technology, the threat. Has so many bones. Count them. How many bones you think you got? It's not enough. this point in the run, invitations are still the bulk of our population growth. But the internal net birth rate is still... It is becoming increasingly non-zero. And by properly, like, marshaling a core population and gradually extruding it out. Especially once the food supply finishes overflowing into the market. However many more decades that will take. Every year we bury more sharks. The fundamental investment unit of our banking system. Okay, 12 more loans left from House Mistake. Which I still think ultimately was House Victory. How do you do this? We're very cash positive now. I will pass this bit. I'd rather have the stability than not. And so, the lad once more upon he throne. This land is back in a good position. The one express bonus session. And now this one. I've recovered most of the progress of the island. Camera, do you want to focus on the lad? No. No focus. Beginning to manifest your vampire powers, sir. You refuse to be documented. There we go. Yeah, so the next session will probably still proceed at a brisk pace. But this will mostly continue moving forward in its normal time slot. Settlement plan, make its way out. We have a good, solid core population. Then the charters can be used to claim more space. Start putting in markets. First you get the land. Then you get the peasants. Then you have the Greenland.